What's up, everybody? This is Kieran Reese, always known as the Obsessed Control Scammer, the O.C.G, and hopefully I'm live with DMC3. Okay, I'm live. Oh, hey, I just tagged you. My bad. I have an idea for the stream that I'm going to put into effect sometime soon. So, currently, I have the canvas set to 720p. Because that's the resolution I'm streaming at. But I actually had an idea. Like, my screen covers... My camera covers part of, the screen, like my camera and my chat log. So I was thinking, I'm gonna need to tool this around. I was thinking I would keep the resolution at 720p, but I would make the canvas 1080p, and that would make the image wider, so that then I could put my camera and my chat in the black space, so it wouldn't actually take up part of the screen. It would be in a separate channel dedicated to the side. Just an idea. That way you can see the full screen without anything being blocked. But yeah, I think I know how to do it, but we're gonna see. It's gotta be something I experiment with on. It's gotta be something I experiment on. It usually takes me a couple of times. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. That's why I didn't do it right now, because it's going to take me time to do it. And then I'll have to re-figure out the screen and the aspect ratio. I'll have to tweak stuff. And knowing how PC is, when I made my last stream configuration, it broke several times and I had to fuck with it. So, it's going to take me time, but I would like to do that because that way you can still see me and you can still see the chat log, but you're not... none of the screens being blocked. Yeah. In terms of atmosphere, probably, yeah. Like horror atmosphere, yeah. But, I will say, DMC4 has probably my favorite world overall. And, has the most variety in the, levels. And, the reboot in DMC5 had a lot of cool places, too. Well, it's a game I love and hate. It's just really, it only is half of a DMC game. Well, like I was just saying, man, it's half of a DMC game. They, meant for you to play Nero in the first half, and then for you to play Dante in the second half. And that's what you do. But they intended for Dante to have his own levels in the second half. They ran out of time and money, however. And so Dante's levels are pretty much just you going through Nero's levels again, but backwards. And fighting the same bosses again. You bitch. Only like the very last level for Dante is unique. The last level for Dante is the only mission that you can tell they planned it. Because when you first play as Nero, you're exploring the city streets of Fortuna City, and you're high up in the rooftops. When you play the last level as Dante, you're in the same city, but you're on the street. So technically, even though you're exploring the same location, you're seeing a different part of the level. And that's cool. And, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, here, as Nero, you're up here on the rooftops, and then Dante, you're on the street level. So while you can see the parts you're going to play as Dante, you're still going to a new part of the level. If they had made the whole game like that, it would have been good. But for like 90% of Dante's campaign, you're literally just going backwards through his levels. You go all the way from the city to the Order of the Sword HQ as Nero, and then you go from the Order of the Sword HQ back to the city as Dante. And you fight the same bosses and like, oh, it's raining in the jungle now. Oh. And then there it goes. DMC4 also has the infamous trope that all the other DMC games have, where you redo the bosses. So you do all the bosses once as Nero, then you go and redo all the bosses again as Dante, and then right at the end of the game you switch back to Nero and you do all the same bosses a third fucking time. And it's literally because they ran out of time and money. They straight up came and said they intended for Dante to have his own levels and his own bosses. And it really sucks too, because up until then, DMC4 is fucking amazing. The whole Nero half of DMC4 is fantastic. And people complained that there wasn't enough environmental variety in DMC3. Because, like, 90% of this game is you in the tower, Timanuguru. So, DMC4 probably has the most variety in the environments out of all the games. You start out in the city streets that are, like, European, Italian-based. Then you go to, a big-ass mine in a small mining town, in a dock. Then you go to a frozen mountainside and a castle in the snowy mountains. Then you go to a jungle. And then you go to the Order of the Sword HQ, which is this, like, mega church with lasers and shit. So, for Nero, you're pretty much changing environments every chapter, every mission. And the sheer amount, like, every mission, it's like something new. And it's like, wow! I'm used to spending like 4 or 5 missions in a single environment. Every single mission in this game, we're going through a new place. And you think, oh, you know, for Dante, it's not all bad. But it does stop it from being as good as it could be. And it actually brings my my love of the game down a notch. Because if they had kept it as good as the first half was, then I would say it'd probably be like my favorite DMC game. But it's just, dude, the backtracking in the second half just gets so fucking lame. And then the fucking cherry on top, making you fight all the bosses again after you did them as Nero and Dante in one playthrough is fucking lame. Hold on a second. Okay. I have a bit of a headache. And some muscle aches, because I pulled a muscle in my stomach with the coughing. I'm going to take some medicine. So some Tylenol, ibuprofen. Tylenol to help with the headache. Ibuprofen to help with the muscle irritation. Ibuprofen helps with, like, muscle inflammation. If you're ever wondering, people are like, what's the difference between Tylenol and, ibuprofen? Tylenol is better for, like, headaches, migraines. Ibuprofen is better for inflammatory, like, tissue, like, muscle, like, swelling, toothaches. And the best combination for toothaches is both of them put together. But hold on. I told myself, and actually, I've got something to say about that. I saw what you said, Alex. Just give me a second. I told myself the other day that I was going to stop making myself cough, and then I fucked up and broke that promise. And now I'm going to do it one more time. Plus, if I have it on a stream, then I can say, hey, I did it. My mind gets me to wonder and says, did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it the last time? With you watching me, it gives me some sort of accountability because you can say, oh, I saw you do it the last time. I don't need to wonder. That makes sense. Even if it's involving you a little bit, and I'm sorry about that. Okay, I said I was going to be done. Make myself cough. And now I am. This will be the last time. And then I'm going to hold myself to that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I said I was before, and then I fucked up. There will be no more fuck-ups. Alright, let's do this. Well, I typically don't like doing my OCD publicly, and I don't like dragging my friends in on it, but in this one instance, it just helps, because there's somebody say, yeah, you did it. Because in my head, I'm literally, did I do it? Did I do it? Am I sure I did it? So having somebody say I did helps me in that one instance. I normally don't like dragging people into it. And I'm not one of those people who can just stop doing something. Like some people, when they quit, they stop doing something. I've tried doing that, it doesn't work for me. For me to quit something, doesn't matter what it is, I have to say, I'm going to do it one more time, and I'm going to stop at this time. And that's what worked for me. I used to hit my chest, and I used to hit my stomach. I mentioned it before. And it made me, I bruised my chest. It wasn't intentionally harmful. It's just like, like, 7 times, and then it got out of control. I haven't done that in like a year and a half. Going on 2 years now. And I stopped doing that because I told myself, I'm going to do it one more time, and then this is the quit date, and I kept to it. I do it a very specific way. Alright, last time. And I almost feel bad for dragging you in on this, and I apologize. I know it's probably not easy to watch me doing this to myself. It's not easy for me to see myself doing it. But it helps me to have, like, somebody seeing that I did it. Alright, almost done. Alright, no more. Sorry about that. Okay. Now I'm gonna take, well, you can't even see, but I'm gonna take 2 ibuprofen and 2 Tylenol. Like I said, Tylenol helps for the headache and like pressure pain, and ibuprofen helps for tooth inflammatory. And if you ever get a toothache, which I pray to God you never get a toothache like the toothaches I've had, weeks of pain, take Tylenol and ibuprofen together as well. They help. One deals with the root of the pain, the other deals with the pain itself. A lot of the ache pain is from inflammation. So they've actually, no joke, in studies, they have found that taking ibuprofen and Tylenol at the same time is more effective than opiates for toothache pain. And opiates are really powerful because Tylenol deals with the pain that's there, ibuprofen deals with the root of the pain. So you would get more pain relief taking ibuprofen and Tylenol than that. And ibuprofen goes through your kidneys, Tylenol goes through your liver, or vice versa. But they are filtered out by different parts of it. So, say you take ibuprofen, it can only do so much so fast because it's pushing through one part of your body. You take Tylenol, it can only do so much so fast. But literally, when you take ibuprofen and Tylenol, one is being filtered out by one organ, the other is being filtered out by another organ. So you're getting 2 different types of pain relief at the same time. Because your kidney can only process so much, your liver can only process so much. And now you're doing both each one, so you're actually getting it from both ends. Like, I've done studies, it's literally ibuprofen and Tylenol together is the best solution for a toothache. Just a FYI. Okay, it's 10:01. Alright. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna take it. I had a lot of toothaches, and I searched for a lot of remedies, and that's what I found. And out of all the things I've tried, it's the best thing that gave me pain relief is ibuprofen and Tylenol together. Okay. Okay. At 10:21, I'm done. 10:21, I'm done. Alright, that's the official quit time. Hold on. And I apologize for the detour. Okay. And then I was telling my mom that when I take medication, I'm paranoid that I'll forget when I took it. I'm really, really anal about making sure to follow the recommended doses, not playing fast and loose. Alright, sorry about that. My God, I hate these things. Some of these you can't even do till you get all the moves. Like, some of these are incredibly hard to do unless you have all of the fucking moves for the weapon. Yeah, fuck, I'll come back to this one. And yeah, about DMC4, the second half is kind of saved by the fact that you're playing Dante. So, you play as Dante from 7 missions. And yes, they each give you a blue fragment health upgrade. But you have to get to a certain style rank with one weapon. One second. Shit, I have some in my teeth. Give me 1 second. I have a bit of food in my teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more time. 7. One more time. 7. Alright, that's it. Okay. So, the second half of the game is saved by the fact that you play Dante. And so you may be going through the same missions over again with Dante, but it's kept fresher by the fact that you have different moves. And furthermore, Dante has a lot of weapons in DMC4. So, you're getting a new weapon for Dante almost every single mission you play as him. Because Dante has roughly the same amount of shit that he has in DMC3. Or amount of shit, not the same weapons, amount of weapons in 4. So, because you only play as Dante for about 7 missions, and because he has a full arsenal of weapons that he has to get through, literally almost every mission you're playing as Dante. So, I will say, that does make the second half of DMC4 more bearable than it would be, because you're not just going back through it as Nero. You're going through it as Dante, a different character, and then every level you're getting a new toy as Dante. That helps keep things fresh. Like, it makes it more bearable than if it had just been Nero going back through the levels. So it's like, oh, hey, when you first start playing as Dante, you're like, ooh, Dante. And then you're getting, like, a new weapon, new style, new thing, like, every mission. And, like I said, the last mission for Dante is good. It's how the game should have been. Because you're in the same place, but you're exploring a different part of the level. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, when you play the first missions as Nero, you're on the rooftops. And you can see the city streets. When you play as Dante, you're on the city streets. So, even though you're revisiting the level, you're going to a totally different place. And then you fight Dante's only unique boss fight, the Giant Savior. So the final mission for Dante is really good. They made the whole game like that. The whole Dante section like that would have been awesome. Because, you can do backtracking correctly. Like, if you had went back to the same setting, but explored a new area, it wouldn't have sucked so much. Do you know what I mean? So it's not just that you go back through the jungle, you go back through this, it's that there's nothing new. You know, in Resident Evil games, for example, another Capcom series, you revisit locations, but to go to new areas. Like, oh, I have a new key, so I can unlock a new door in this place. I'm not just going back for no reason. I will say, you know, DMC4 even made a lot of improvements. To Dante. Dante could switch his styles at any time, which obviously they added that in the Switch version of this game. But it wasn't in the original DMC3 at the time for DMC4's novel, and you could have all your weapons. And they even have one of my favorite things. Dante gets a style called Dark Slayer style, and it lets him use Yamato. So, it's on your style button, and you can actually use some of Virgil's moves. Because, like, a huge part of the plot in DMC4 is them fighting over Yamato. Like, the Order of the Sword. So, you can actually have, like, Rebellion in one hand, and then literally have Yamato in your offhand. And swap between it. And I fucking love that. Actually seeing Dante use Yamato. And he has his own versions of Virgil's moves. And being able to have, you know, it as a style is fucking awesome. And only DMC4 is the only game that's ever done that. So that's something that's really cool in DMC4. And obviously you can't do all of Virgil's moves, but you can do a lot of them. Judgment Cut, the Forge Slash. And like I said, having it in style means you can alternate with his other melee weapons. Bop, 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 bop. And then I have to say that DMC4 probably has my favorite story out of the series. Nero is fucking cool as shit. I love the love story element. All the DMC games had elements of a love story. 1, 3. But they never capitalized it. On 4, they go for a full-on love story. And it's about Nero coming to grips with who he is. The scene where Nero gets his devil trigger is one of my favorite moments in the series, and it's one of my favorite moments in any game ever. And you probably see me play through it, but it is singular. They make a big deal out of it. In the actual scene where he gets it, like I said, one of my favorite game moments of all time ever. But yeah, DMC4 has a lot of good stuff going for it. It just sucks about the repeating, and the development team literally admitted they ran out of money. And as for you said earlier, circling back around, you said they ran out of money for one of their top franchises. DMC actually was not one of Capcom's top franchises until just recently. Up until DMC5, the most copies that a DMC game had ever sold was 3 million. Which, is good amount of copies. It's not like bad copies. But it's like less than a quarter of what a Resident Evil game typically does. DMC3 was the best-selling DMC game of all time. For years, and it only sold 3 million copies. Which, literally, the first Resident Evil on PS1 sold like 8 million. So DMC wasn't like it did indie numbers, but it was not one of their top series, sales-wise. And like DMC4 only sold like 1.5 million copies. It was actually DMC4 is considered a sales disappointment. That's why they did the reboot, because DMC4 didn't sell as much as they hoped. So that's why they ran out of money, because they were more ambitious with DMC4 than they thought they were going to be when they started it. And they found out that they were quickly approaching a Resident Evil bunny, with DMC4, they were more ambitious than they thought they were going to be. Because they originally didn't even plan on Dante being in the game. They intended for just be Nero. And then they added Dante and like we could add all this stuff. So they were coming up on a Resident Evil budget for a series that was not Resident Evil caliber. And that made Capcom nervous. They didn't want to like... They would have had to like double the budget of the game to get the Dante levels finished. And they couldn't. So that's why. Because it was way more expensive than they thought to do DMC4. Because they started including all the extra shit. But yeah, like I said, the best-selling Resident Evil... the best-selling DMC game at the time was a quarter of, like, most Resident Evil games. So it wasn't at the top of their paradigm. Like, I want you to remember, Resident Evil 5 came out the year after this, Alex, and sold 11 million copies in its first year. Or, ish. It had one of the biggest RE launches ever. Because it was riding the hype from RE4. So that's what I'm saying. Like, compared to that, literally, DMC4 did like 10% of the business. Sold like 1 million copies at launch. It wasn't until DMC5 that the series broke to a new level. Hold on, let me check. DMC5 has now sold 13 million copies. So, for Capcom, they were already over budget for DMC4. They'd already spent more money than they thought they were going to spend on it. Because it was just supposed to be Nero, and then they added Dante and wanted to add out his levels. And then they had to add, basically double the budget even more to include all Dante stuff. And, because basically double the levels. So it's like, you guys are already over budget. And you want to double the budget. And you want us to spend Resident Evil money on a game that's not... We're not making Resident Evil money off DMC. Yeah, see? DMC3 only sold 2 million copies when it came out. Which is not bad numbers, but even then, Resident Evil was tearing it up. So that's why. And it's such a shame, because honestly, dude, you can actually, they straight up, the team literally said, we ran out of money. Like, I think it was the producer. And they were also, in DMC4, they were supposed to clarify that Virgil was Nero's dad. That was always the plan. And then they ran out of money. So, and you can actually, they have a book, I forget what it's called, that shows, like, it's an art book and a history book of DMC. And it actually showed a bunch of the stuff that didn't make it, cut content to DMC4. There was a lot. DMC4 didn't even have any alternate costumes in the original release. There was only one alternate costume in DMC4. The super costumes. Which, you know, gives you unlimited DT. But they are, it's not even a costume, it's just unlimited trigger. So DMC4 didn't even get like a bunch of costumes. DMC1 had multiple costumes, DMC2, even 3, because they ran out of time. And thankfully the special edition of DMC4, so the version you would play, actually did add extra new costumes for each character. But still, like DMC4 really does feel like they shipped half of a DMC game. So I love Nero. I love all the upgrades they made to the game. I think it was an incredibly beautiful looking game for when it came out. It came out in 2008, and it looked fucking amazing. And DMC4 ran at 60 FPS back then. Which, if you know anything about 360 and PS3, most games on 360 and PS3 ran like shit. Because they were so focused on pushing the graphics. So most, you know, you would get like 360 and PS3 games that would dip down like 15 frames a second, like MGS4. MGS4 literally came out the same year as DMC4, Alex, and was running at 15 FPS. So at the time, for DMC4 to look as good as it did and run at 60 FPS flawlessly, it was something. And that's something I will say that's great about all the DMC games. They've all aimed for 60 FPS from the very beginning. So, DMC4, Nero's awesome. The gameplay improvements they made were awesome. It looked fucking amazing. And ran amazing when it came out. It has probably my favorite story of any of the DMC games. That's subjective, but that's my opinion. And it had the most environmental variety of any DMC game. There's a shit ton of environmental variety, but it really, like I said, basically was shipped half finished. But regardless, I'm going to run through it next. I'm hoping to beat this tonight and then start up DMC4 either today or tomorrow. Or tonight or tomorrow, you know what I mean. Okay, that was my alarm. Oh. And it's been actually a few years since I beat it. It's been 4 or 5 years since I beat DMC4, so it's time. I'll be right back. All right, man. Oh. I had to make it go through one. Okay, I'm dumb. I didn't think how I was going to make that happen. It's because I had to do this first. shit wrong way. This layout can be so confusing.
Why isn't this working? Is there something missing? Must more blood be shed?
You seem to be in a bad mood.
Dante.
So, my mother's amulet is the key that unlocks the door to the demon world. Good plan, Pop.
Just the opposite, actually. Originally, it was the key to the demon world that was given to humans.
It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. More importantly, I've come all this way. I'm sure you have time.
Okay. God in heaven, what I'm about to say next is retroactive to the start of the prayer. God in heaven, by which I mean God in heaven and only God in heaven, not co-sign for anyone else, just God in heaven and Jesus. Please listen to my words and intentions, not my thoughts, and do me forbears. 1. Please forgive me for doing sins and deals with this drink. Please do sins and deals, make safe drink, and if I consumed or dead man, save from respect. 2. Please do short out for the next will restore now. 3. Please everything be okay. 4. Please everything be okay, and let me not have a toothache. I promise you I'll stop messing with my tooth. Just please don't let me have a toothache. Let me nearly avoid it. Let me nearly avoid it, goddammit, I beg of you. And, I mean, like, not at all. When I say nearly avoid it, I don't mean right now. I mean not at all. You know what I mean? God, please forgive me for doing sins and deals over it, even if I actually have a terrible toothache. You know what I mean? Because I want it, but not like that. So even if I have a terrible toothache, forgive me for doing sins and deals over it. Even if I have a terrible toothache, God in heaven, forgive me for doing sins and deals over avoiding it and undo it. Even if I have a terrible toothache, God in heaven, please forgive me for doing sins and deals over avoiding a toothache. Even if I have a terrible toothache, God in heaven, please forgive me for doing sins and deals over avoiding it. Sorry. I'm fucking crazy.
For one more game, right?
Why not? After all, we share the same blood. I'll just use more of yours to undo Daddy's little spell.
So, you want a piece of me, little? Okay, bro. Come and get it, if you can.
Oh, hey, it's good to see you, Dustin.
Sorry, but this is no place for a little girl. So beat it.
Shut up! You forced him into this.
Is that what you think? Foolish girl.
Yeah, there's a really cool cutscene.
Bravo! Bravo! I never dreamed that things would go so smoothly. Well done, everyone. Well done.
You.
Don't be a bad girl, Mary. Or you can expect a spanking from Daddy later. Jester's gonna spank you, but spank you on the bum. I don't know where you came from, but you don't belong here. Zowie, that was close. But you've taken quite a trouncing today, haven't you, Virgil? You could have chopped me into confetti by now if you were in tip-top condition. Damn you. You have lost.
I actually think this is one of the best. Like, you know, it's a trope in games where the villain reveals his evil plans. But, this has got to be one of the best instances of it in any game I've ever played. Because Arkham reveals that him and Jester are the same person.
Because you underestimated humans.
What's going on?
Good girl. Pure and innocent.
You would never assume that hard ass and the fucking crazy Jester spanking his ass were the same dude. But it was. He was playing both ends to manipulate everybody into suiting his, filling his purpose.
You bastard!
It's time for your spanking, my dear. You want to know where the spell didn't break? Virgil? You have the 2 amulets and Sparta's blood. You had everything you needed to unleash the evil.
I told you before. I don't like anybody who has a bigger mouth than mine.
You are wounded and weak. Even I can do this to you.
2 amulets. A set of Sparta's blood. Now, I need one more key. He sacrificed 2 things to suppress the tremendous force of this tower. His own devil's blood and a mortal priestess. I needed you, in whose body flows the same blood as the sacrificed woman. His spell cannot be undone without your blood.
It was quite a ride, you know. If any of you had died before getting here, our little plan would have gone to waste. Ha! Therefore, my job was to make you battle each other in order to weaken you. But at the same time, I had to guide you here and make sure that you were kept alive. I even went so far as dressing like a complete idiot.
Like I said, you never expect that those are the same dude.
Time for bed, Mary. You can visit your dear mother. Whoa!
Try me.
It's time for the clown to bow out, Arkham.
Dude, the show's over.
Impressive. I expected nothing less from the devil's descendants. But aren't you forgetting something, Virgil? The spell is broken. What do you think will happen next? Let's welcome chaos.
And now the tower actually gets way bigger. God damn, that's cool.
Just sit and wait. Wait for the birth of a new god. I shall take over the power of Sparta!
Like I said, that has got to be one of the best evil plan unveiled scenes I've ever seen. Just because they're so different. One guy's got a stick up his ass, the other guy's the jester. You would never suspect they're the same dude. I can normally see twists in a game coming. That really actually caught me off guard when I first played this game. And just seeing him switch between both of them rapidly is really fucking cool. Yeah. And see, now you started out. This is how you do backtracking right. Because you started out at the foot of the tower, like the base entry, and then you go all the way up to the top, and then you fall down and explore the underground of the tower, and then 2005. You start out at the entryway of the tower, and you go all the way up to the top. Then you fall down and you explore the underground of the tower. Well, in the third act, you have to go back up to the top of the tower, but instead of it just being retreading the same shit, it's brand new environments. The tower was just, he unleashed the spell that unlocked the full tower. So now, that as you're about to see, the tower extends much higher, and all of the rooms have changed, and there's new rooms. So you have to go back to the tower, but you're not just redoing the same shit. There's new areas, and the old areas have changed. And this is a really cool way to handle backtracking and not do it badly. And it actually physically changes the appearance of the tower. And see, you saw all the statues throughout the game, and now it picks all of them up for the tip top. So you can actually see the tower changing and unveiling a huge interior that wasn't there. Yeah. Yeah, MGS3 is great, man. Graphically, I would say that MGS3 was better looking than this game. But MGS3 pushed PS2 to the limit. And, MGS2, literally, in 2001, it was near the launch of the PS2, was 60 FPS. It was like a locked 60 FPS on PS2. But MGS3 was capped at 30, and most of the time couldn't even make it to 30. Like, you get down to like 15 frames a second in MGS3 back on PS2. Because it pushed the graphics so hard. The jungle was so hard to render. All the foliage being rendered, everything. MGS3 is one of the games that pushed the PS2 to the fucking limit. So, I would say that MGS3 has the better graphics overall. But this game was 60 FPS natively and pretty much locked when it came out. Whereas MGS3 struggled to hit 30. So MGS3 looks better, this game runs better. But they're still both, I would call them, two late-gen PS2 games that push the system very hard. And they're only a year apart. MGS4 is 2004, this is 2005.
Are you gonna go?
Yes, I'm going to finish him off.
Well, you might as well forget it, because you're no match for me.
Regardless, I must go. I had a chance to stop him before, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
I'm responsible for all this mess.
Responsible? Does it bother you that much?
He's my father. Besides, who else can undo what he's done? A demon like you wouldn't understand.
Father and family, huh? Well, I'll go too. But you better hurry if you don't want me to take all the credit.
And this is where we get the last melee weapon. Beowulf. There's 5 melee weapons in this game. Rebellion. The Starting Sword. Cerberus. Frozen Nunchucks. Agony and Rhoda. Fire and Wind. Scimitars. Divine Electric Guitar. And Beowulf Light Gauntlets. And Beowulf's fucking awesome. Beast Uppercut. Let me see. Let me check the style moves. Okay, I already did that one. Did that one. Okay. Maybe confusing to figure out where you're supposed to go sometimes in this game. Oh, wait a minute, here we go. Ah. Oh yeah, and there's the final Jester fight. There's one more optional fight you can do with Jester. Or is this a hidden area? And see, you can actually see, this is where you originally entered the tower, and now it's much, much higher from where it's raised up. And the cutscenes in this game are so over the top, I love it. A, and not a bad rank. And then, because he used her motorcycle, she's slowly climbing up, man. Poor Mary. She's the only human in this mess, man. Sweet, yeah, you can charge it up. Oh, and goddamn, man, when you charge all the way up, dude, it's so cool. Okay, I see that big ass red crystal. I'm trying to figure out how to get up there. I guess I had to have double jump. Fuck. No, well, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot you had to rotate the tower. See, now the tower's active. This place was static before. Sweet, just one more. No, shit, wrong way. God, I hate those fucking things. Oh shit. I forgot about that. Sweet. Health upgrade. Here we go. All the way up!
He plucks the threads that make us dance finger and toe. We surrender, enjoy, to the lowest of the foul and rank. We submerge through darkness, rancid filth. Hour by hour, we move downward, ever closer to hell, in a slow, steady gait. Now, let the world resonate. Sloth, gluttony, greed, envy, lust, wrath, and pride. A bed of chaos that tolls human desires. The once gate to the demonic world will open. Destruction! Carnage of despair! That's your instinct. This world in fear, as its very name Tyrannical strikes terror into the heart of mankind. Then I will become the ultimate ruler of this wasteland, engulfed with pandemonium,
Like, okay, I've got a feeling this is bad for everybody.
Now this is what I'm talking about. I'm so close to getting style level 3, man. You unlock some really badass attacks when you get that. Yeah, the fucking elevator.
Boom! Ah, no, you bastards. Fuck.
What's wrong? You tired? Then stand back. I'll take care of this.
No, you stand back.
I told you, you can't do it. Don't you get it? This is not a human's job.
You're the one who doesn't get it. It's not something you can reason with. It has nothing to do with me being a human and you being a demon. I'm driven by the inability to forgive him. My soul is screaming, demanding me to kill him. That's enough motivation to keep me going. Besides, this is my family matter. You should stay out of it.
Okay, lady. I get the picture, but I can't just sit back and watch either. I'm pretty pissed at him too, you know. Now, get out of my way, or there'll be some consequences.
Fair enough. I wasn't planning on letting any demons live anyway. Not even one.
Believe it or not, Donnie's actually trying to save her. He thinks she's too weak and she'll die. He's actually doing this because he cares about her. He's hoping if he beats the shit out of her, she'll stay down. He doesn't actually intend to kill her.
Are you scared?
I'll take care of him.
Why do you care so much?
This whole business started with my father sealing the entrance between the two worlds. And now, my brother's trying to break that spell and turn everything into Demonville.
And this is when she realized that her and Dante are the same. She's like, I have to stop my father. I have to stop my father. I have to stop my father. What would you know? What would you know about having to stop your father? And he's like, actually, I'm only here because my father put the seal in this tower. And now they're trying to break it. So they're both here to clean up their father's messes. And she's like, oh shit, we actually have the same goal.
This is my family matter too. Quite frankly, at first, I didn't give a damn. But because of you, I know what's important now. I know what I need to do.
Wait.
Trust me, I'll make things right for you. That's what my soul is telling me to do.
Use this.
How much is it gonna cost me?
You can give me your name.
Dante.
Dante. Please. Free my father.
I will, lady.
Kalina Ann. A gun with lady's mother's name etched in the handle. That's the last gun. Whee! See, now we're going above the tower into the underworld. To the Force Edge! The sword from the first game that shows you actually where he got it from. Although they make sure that nobody sees him do the cutscene where he puts them together. Nobody watches him do this, because otherwise Dante would know how to combine the amulets. And he can't know that before DMC 1. Although it's worth noting that even here, Arkham doesn't unlock the full version of the sword. He unlocks it, but he doesn't turn it into Sparta. Only one of Sparta's sons can do that. Like I said, I would actually be down to play a prequel about Sparta. Not only did Sparta Not only did Sparta originally seal away the demon world, fought off all the demons, sealed Mundus away, but they said that he actually had decades of adventures. Like, he didn't just free the human world over a short period of time. Like, he had been in the human world for decades before he even met Dante's mother. So, like, they have tons and tons of room. They stated that Sparta was in the human world for hundreds of years. So, they literally could do a DMC prequel series with Sparta, and they could do it hundreds of years. They almost made it sound like he came to humanity in the Dark Ages. And even his clothes look old-timey when you use his costumes. So they could actually do a DMC, a prequel, and have him be throughout different time periods in history. The Dark Ages, the Renaissance. I would play that. And since not only is he... Sweet. Not only is he, Dante's father, so he's similar gameplay. In his human form, he looks like Dante and Virgil. But, he even used Rebellion and Yamato. So they could even use some of the same weapons from the DMC games. And I'm sure they could show he had used different weapons as well. I'm sure he didn't give his sons all of his weapons. But they could actually bring back Rebellion and Yamato in the same game with Sparta. Like a DMC Sparta prequel could actually be fucking sick! Right now, DMC is in a point of limbo because the main guy behind the series, Hideki Kamiya, is no longer at Capcom. He had been at Capcom for a really long time. 25, 30 years. Like, he was there at Capcom before the first Resident Evil. And his two final things he wanted to do at Capcom was he wanted to do a new DMC game because it had been a while, and then he wanted to do a new Dragon's Dogma, a sequel. Because there was a lot he didn't do in the first Dragon's Dogma. So he did DMC 5 first, in 2019. And then he did Dragon's Dogma 2 in 2024. Then he left. So, like, they're the only DMC game that didn't really have his involvement was DMC 2. And even then, He still came in on the port in and tried to make it better. And then even the reboot had his, like, approval and all that. So, DMC's in a weird place right now because DMC 5 did incredibly well, money-wise. It's the best-selling game in the series by far. And it just sold like another 2 million copies. Just when the second season of the show premiered. So DMC 5 has done incredibly well. Even years after launch. It's now been, well, yeah, goddamn, 7 years. 7 years since DMC 1 came out. Or, I'm sorry, DMC 5. Because it was 2019. March of 2019, I believe. I got it at launch. So, quite literally, you know, even though DMC 5 is over 7 years old, it's still doing incredibly well financially. And became one of Capcom's best-selling games. I think they said now it is their best-selling game that's not Resident Evil or Monster Hunter. Because, most of their best-selling games are Resident Evil, but for some reason, Monster Hunter World went fucking crazy sales-wise, and is the single individual best-selling Capcom game. So, I'm trying to figure out the way to put it. Resident Evil is their best-selling series overall. But Monster Hunter World is their best-selling a single game. At like 22 million copies sold. But DMC 5 is at 13 million copies, making it the best non-Resident Evil or Monster Hunter game for Capcom. And the fact that it sold 2 million copies after the season of DMC 2 was insane. How many games do you know that are 7 years old and they're still selling 2 million copies in a single period? So even Capcom themselves, oh shit, has said they want to do even Capcom themselves have said they want to do more with DMC. That it outsold their expectations, but they're in a weird place because, on the one hand, with the success of DMC 5 being by far and away the best-selling DMC game, and with the show, the interest in DMC has never been higher. I would say DMC is probably at its all-time popularity right now. It hit a new level with 5. And it didn't just, like, it wasn't a flash in the pan. 5 has stayed consistently popular. I think in the first year of release, it sold 3 million copies. Which is good at the year of release, but what I'm saying is, the game has now sold 13 million copies. So, the first 3 million copies were in the first year, and all of the other 10 have been in the years after. So, DMC 5 has sold better in year 5 than it did in year 1. Most games, they have their best sales at launch, and then they might get a little bit of sales over time, but they sell 90% of the copies they're going to sell at launch. But DMC 5 just keeps selling, keeps selling, keeps selling, keeps selling. Like, damn. So they want to make a new DMC game really badly. And even if you don't like the DMC show, I don't think they did a good job from what I saw. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. Underwhelming, I guess, is what you could say. Damn it. So they want to make a game more now than ever before. But the issue is that the guy who is behind all the games is now gone from Capcom, and he's still working with Capcom, but he's working on Okami, and it will be many years. Like, he just announced Okami in 2024. And it's going to be like 4 or 5 years, so, you know, even if he wanted to come back to DMC, he won't even start to be ready until fucking 2030. And then, you know, it usually takes a while to make a DMC game, so... And it's already been 7 years as the longest we went without a new DMC game. But the one DMC game they did without his involvement, DMC 2, was a fucking train wreck. Notorious train wreck. So it's like, they want to do a game, but they're kind of careful not to do one without him. And that's why I was saying it's likely they'll do a sequel, or not a sequel, I'm sorry, a remake of DMC 1. Because they can update it. It needs updating. Many parts of the game have aged poorly. It's ripe for a remake. But they have the blueprint there. Like, Hideki Kamiya made that game. So, they already have his blueprint laid out. It would be much easier to make a remake and follow his blueprint and improve upon his blueprint, because there is definitely room for improvement. DMC 1 was like the first of its kind. Than to make an entirely new game, because DMC has a very particular style, as you've seen, that's really hard to imitate. There's no other game quite like DMC. Oh, fuck.
Welcome to hell!
You know, it's like trying to make a new... It'd be like trying to make a new Metal Gear game. You know, Konami is stuck with remakes. And it looks like they're going to stick with remakes for the next a while. Current rumors that they're remaking DMC 1. Or not DMC 1, MGS 1. And I think that is what they're doing. Because Hideo Kojima and, you know, just like I said, Hideki Kamiya, they're such unique people that trying to replicate them is almost an impossible task. You can't really imitate Hideo Kojima, man. Like, you can try, but he's just, I mean, he's a legend for a fucking reason. He's one of a kind. So it's much easier to take a game he's already made and improve the mechanics while keeping the soul intact. Like, imagine if they remade Metal Gear Solid 1 and they kept the story the same, but they made the gameplay of the MGS5 standard. That'd be fucking awesome. And you could keep the soul of MGS1 intact, but improve the gameplay. That's much easier. Shit, fuck yeah. Dance Macabre, fuck yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Finally maxed out the Swordmaster style. Let me see. Yeah, Dance Macabre. Back to A. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, here we go. See, yeah, that's fucking awesome.
Are you ready?
Like, takes most of his moves and puts them together.
Down and out.
Let me see. Oh, that's dope. Let's practice on the new moves that I got.
Let's rock. Let's rock.
Oh, fuck, I forgot that. So cool.
Let's rock. Catch this. Catch this. Catch this.
No.
Catch this. Catch this.
Okay, I guess I have to do that on an actual enemy for that to work. Oh shit. Free red orbs!
Ask me some questions. Well, too bad. I've already answered them myself. I don't need you anymore.
I didn't do it, didn't you?
Come on, poser. Are you ready?
Oh, that's right, I forgot you have to fight him in the light.
I lost my shadow for a sec.
Uh...
Well then, let's wrap up this crazy party, shall we? Gotta clean up the mess father left behind.
Okay, right now it's the 14th. Right now it's the 14th. So that would make the 7th. Yeah, that's when we do the fucking... boss redo. Oh boy. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Yeah, it's crazy how time flies. Okay, I don't have to redo any of them. Still holds up really well, I think. Plus, a good game, it'll stay a good game forever. Truly great games are kind of timeless. Certain things with them age, but they hold up really well overall. Even the games that haven't aged incredibly well over the years, if they're good, they still have a certain kind of timelessness to them. Hard to explain. Yeah, okay, yeah. Mr. D. Yeah, I know what song you're talking about. You know what? I really like Rihanna. She's one of those mainstream pop artists I really like. Because one, she came up from nothing and literally dirt poor made her own thing without getting the fucking everything handed to her. Two, she's incredibly talented. Three, she seems like a genuinely humble and funny person. And four, I just really like the music. But no. Yeah, because she's been, working on her, Fenty, or whatever the hell she calls her fashion line. But it doesn't really matter, because her music is fucking timeless. Rue Boy, Diamonds in the Sky, Disturbia, Love the Way You Lie. Like, I like a lot of Rihanna songs. And in fact, I would say I prefer Rihanna way more than Beyonce. I'm gonna hot take here, because people act like you have fucking Beyonce. Yeah. Oh, and she, actually, I didn't even like the movie, but she did a song for Black Panther 2 that I really liked. Hold Me, I think it was called. Or is it Keep Me in Your Arms? Hold on, I have to look it up. But she did a song for Black Panther 2, and I didn't even like that movie. It was fucking shit. But the song she did for Black Panther 2 was fucking awesome. And now I can't remember the song, and it's really bothering me. And that was like 2022, 2023, and that was like the last single she released. What was it? Lift Me Up. If you ever get a chance, listen to Lift Me Up. That song fucking rules. And that was 2022. So, not an album, but not, a new song from her. And I didn't even like that movie, but that fucking soundtrack was great. But yeah, I don't like Beyonce. And I think that, okay, let me explain. I don't hate Beyonce. Okay? I think, however, that Beyonce is insanely overrated. People act like she's the second coming of Christ, and she's the best black female singer of this generation, are fucking high. Okay? I would not say that I think Rihanna's a bad actor, or singer. I'm sorry, bad singer. She's just overrated to shit. Like, she's a pretty decent artist. I'm not gonna say she can't sing, or she's not talented. She is. But, like, people literally act like she's the greatest artist who ever lived. And suck her ass so fucking much, man. So I don't even think that, she's a bad artist. But it's just like the amount of talent she has to how much people suck her dick is just way off. And it really upsets me how people try to associate her with the black struggle. Like they called her the voice of a black generation. And she did a song called Black Lemonade talking about the struggle. And people are like, oh yeah, Beyonce's preaching about the black struggle. And it's like, dude, do you fucking know anything about Beyonce? Beyonce literally has never been without money her entire fucking life. Beyonce is literally a fucking Nepo baby. Her dad, I can't remember the name of her dad. Fuck. But her father is a famous Motown record producer. So she grew up in the Hollywood Hills with a shit ton of money. And then, as soon as she did Destiny's Child, her father pulled so many fucking strings to get her music produced and then get it played fucking everywhere. And then she married a guy who's a billionaire who's even richer than her. So, like, calling her the voice of the black struggle is fucking hilarious. That woman has never had to do without in her entire fucking life. And that's what I guess why I brought up, you know, Beyonce. Because Rihanna is what Beyonce wishes she could be. Because Rihanna did it on her own. She was a poor girl from Barbados. Yeah, Matthew Nels. Yeah, I didn't know his name. But Beyonce, or not Beyonce, I'm sorry, Rihanna didn't have the benefits that fucking Beyonce did. She did it on her own. And actually knew the struggle. She grew up in fucking Barbados and Trinidad, man. Do you know how rough it gets in the fucking Caribbean, dude? When you're super poor? Fucking shanties and favelas and shit? I've actually known people who lived in Trinidad. So, like, they literally have raised her up as, like, the voice of a generation. And she is, like, and she still is insanely gorgeous. I think Rihanna has aged like a fine wine. But I just think calling her, like, people acting like, she's the voice of a generation and she speaks, is just so fucking over, like, grossly overdone, man. A woman singing about struggle who has never known struggle in a day in her fucking life. Me and you have struggled more than Beyonce ever has. Ever. She literally started out, made a shit ton of fucking money, and then got more money. So she just only knows getting richer. And I remember I was particularly offended. Carrie Hilson, yeah. I was particularly offended, because Adele won Album of the Year at this music award over Beyonce. And she actually tried to give Beyonce her award, saying that Beyonce deserved it more than her. And dude, that upset me so greatly. Adele has more fucking talent in her pinky than Beyonce will ever fucking have ever. You know, most black singers try to cover Aretha Franklin. Aretha Franklin did a fucking Adele cover. That tells you all you need to know about how good Adele is. When Aretha Franklin is covering fucking Adele. And I would actually go a step further. And I would say that Kelly Rowland is Beyonce's sister. I think she's more talented than Beyonce is. And she didn't have the career that Beyonce did, but she had her own pop music that was really good. Yeah. Dude, she took the world by fucking storm. You know, literally, I think it's either 21 or 25. One of those albums, I forget which. But literally, Adele has the best-selling album of this century. Literally, out of any artist, she has the best-selling album of this century. I think it was, like I said, out of 21 or 25, sold 25 million albums. Do you know how fucking hard, in this day and age, it is to sell 25 million albums? Like, if a big artist these days comes out and sells 1 million albums, it's considered a huge success. Because nowadays, most people go get your music for free off of YouTube, or they turn your music into an MP3, or they go to like the Napster equivalent. So nowadays, 90% of the money in being a singer is touring. Taylor Swift, all of the big artists. Yeah. All of the big artists that you know make like 90% of their money off of touring. Because people, while they're listening to your music on YouTube, or they'll turn it into an MP3 file, which is what I do. I have a site, and I get my music from YouTube, and I turn it into an MP3. I have like 700 songs on my phone. They won't buy your album. But they can't put a price on touring. People want to see you in person. So most artists use the album to set up the tour and make their money off tours. Albums don't sell like they used to. They're making the money off the tours. Now, tours are doing incredibly well. Because, you know, you can't get that, you can't replicate the feeling of a live show with the MP3 file. But albums in this century have declined. So, if you, like, even Kendrick Lamar, his album comes out, sells 1 million copies. Oh shit, that's insane. She sold fucking 25 million. She is by far the best-selling artist of this century. If I could be mistaken, but I honestly think that her, it was, I can't remember which one. It was either 21 or 25. Literally, that one album sold more than every Beyonce album ever put together. Okay, and yeah, you're right, she came on the scene in 2007. Took the fucking world by storm. Somebody Like You, or Someone Like You, that was fucking everywhere, dude. You couldn't escape that song. Hold on, and it's kind of crazy because the next best-selling album's not even close. Yeah, 21. Okay, so no, I'm sorry, 31 million copies. And 21. That's fucking absurd. Okay? The second best-selling album is The Eminem Show in 2002. That's 27 million. Okay? 31 million copies in the age of fucking Napster and MP3 files. People can suck Beyonce's dick all they want to, but you can't listen to Kendrick Lamar. They tried to rig the game, but you can't buy influence. You can sit there, oh my god, Beyonce's so good, but the numbers fucking speak for themselves. Literally not been a single artist in this fucking century that has outsold Adele. In this century. Yeah. Now, let me look. Let's look at Beyonce. I'm curious now what's her best-selling album. Yeah. Her best-selling album is Dangerously in Love, which is not a bad album at all. 11 million copies. So, her best-selling album of all time ever is a fucking quarter of Adele's. And so, like, when people were literally, I like Kendrick Lamar when it comes to certain things. I don't like suck his dick. Like some people do. But he did Humble, and I fuck with that song. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. My left stroke just went viral. Bump, bump, bump. We like to keep it on a high note. So I don't like think he's the greatest rapper of all time, but I do fuck with some of his songs. And I know, like, he's hyped up. I know that, like, this is cliche, but I'm sorry, I like Drake. I know he got his ass beat by Kendrick and all that beef and all that shit, dude. But I really like Drake's music, I do. Forever is one of my favorite fucking songs. I literally, when I used to go to Walmart, I used to work the third shift, and I used to literally sit there as I walked to Walmart listening to Forever to pump myself up for the fucking night shift. I mean, fucking Drake, Lil Wayne, Kanye West, Eminem on the same fucking track. That's like one of the best fucking hip-hop collabs of all time ever. And I think a lot of Drake's songs are super catchy. Obviously, I just said Forever. One Dance, I really like and I fuck with that. I need a one dance, gotta see in my hands. One more time before I go. Higher power taking control of me. Yeah, exactly. And if we're going by sales, Drake has obliterated Kendrick. Kendrick won, like, the popular opinion in the beef, but Drake has outsold Kendrick Lamar like 10-1, by the way. In terms of actual money and profits, he crushed Drake. Or, I'm sorry, crushed Kendrick. But, you know, Drake made a classic fucking mistake. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, One Dance, Going Home. God damn, I love that song. Just hold on, we're going home. I used to literally sit and listen to that song all the fucking time. Trophies. I don't know what the fuck you think it was song. This a pop a bottle of champagne in the tub song. Just because song. Yeah, I like Drake. Like, he may be, like, you know, he's one of the most, like, commercial artists, but I like Drake's music. And, you know, it's like, I don't care if an artist's popular. I'm gonna fuck with their shit if I like their shit. Sometimes an artist lives up to the hype. Hell, you know, Taylor Swift. People act like, she's the second coming of Christ. And all that shit. And I'm not gonna act like that. But I do like some Taylor Swift songs. Like, if I like the music, I like the music. I don't care if it's cliche. Or, like, Lady Gaga. I've had people try to, like, make fun of me because I like Lady Gaga. They can eat my whole ass. Lady Gaga's fucking awesome. I don't think I've ever heard a Lady Gaga song that I didn't like. Obviously, I like some more than others, but she's, like, one of the best pop artists, in my opinion. Once again, Just Dance, Bad Romance, songs were fucking everywhere. Everybody, you see kids, rah-ah-ah-ah-ah. Didn't matter, black, white, everybody was fucking bumping Bad Romance. I want your loving, I want your revenge. Like I said, I honestly don't think I've ever heard a Lady Gaga song that I thought was bad. You know, I have no shame. I like what I like. Like, there's some dudes who would be afraid to admit that they like Lady Gaga. I was like, oh, that's girly. I don't fucking care. Oh my god. Some person on the internet said that I'm not supposed to like Rihanna or Lady Gaga anymore. I can't like them anymore, guys. Like, some people are actually like that, dude. It's fucking wild. Dude, I like fucking boy bands. NSYNC and Backstreet Boys. I will fucking break it down to bye bye bye. I have no shame. And people talk about toxic masculinity. That right there is toxic masculinity. People get it all fucked up. Like, they think toxic masculinity is a dude being masculine. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. I have to listen to that. I like Busta Rhymes. But, like, people think toxic masculinity is this, or it's that, or some fucking shit. But that's what toxic masculinity, if you ask me. Telling a guy that, oh, you can't like this because you're a straight guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I consider toxic. Like, oh, you're a guy and you like Lady Gaga? Oh, you must be gay. That's toxic masculinity. And that's something I don't fuck with. I listen to Taylor Swift. If I like her music, she's done some songs I think are actually really good. Wildest Dreams. My mom loves that song. I love that song. I'll write your name. Blank Spaces. Super catchy. I don't like her country songs because I don't like modern country. But I'll bop with fucking Taylor Swift. I don't care. I got no shame. Lady Gaga, Rihanna, you know what I mean? Like, Elton John is the shit. If you're fucking telling me that oh, I'm a straight guy, never listen to Elton John, then fuck you, man. Elton John's got some bangers, dude. I'm still standing? Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? Tiny Dancer is like one of the all-time fucking great songs. And honestly, I'm of the personal opinion that you're not a man until you've watched Almost Famous. I'd have to look and see what one you're talking about. But probably, like I said, the only song that I think that is just terrible of hers, I think most of not Beyonce, what the fuck? Most of Taylor Swift's shit is good. I love Johnny Cash. The only, oh, it's Dustin. It's good to see you, man. You just disappeared and popped back up. Johnny Cash is great. Okay, let me clarify it to you. I don't like modern country. I like old country. Old country meant something. Old country was sad as shit. Old country was a guy talking about how he lost his wife and his fucking kids. How drink has ruined his life. Old country, like, meant something. Okay? I like old country. Modern country fucking sucks. It's, I'm mudding, I went drinking with the boys, oh yeah. Like, modern country's the worst. But I like old country. And yeah, Johnny Cash. But Garth Brooks, back in the day, all the wrong places. I got friends in all the wrong places. But anyway, the only song by Taylor Swift that I actually hated was, Look What You Made Me Do. That is an aggressively awful song. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. The beat, everything about that song is fucking cringe. Okay. Oh, that's fair. Well, I understand. On the one, okay, you have to understand where I'm coming from. On the one hand, Dustin, you're not obligated to talk to me, and I don't want you to feel obligated to talk to me. On the other hand, how am I supposed to know you're there if you don't say anything? You know what I mean? So, but yeah. But I like, you know, old school country, new country. I will say, there are some new country that I like. Morgan Wallen, I actually really like. He did a couple songs I really dig. Last night we let the liquor talk. And then he did a song, Smile, I really like. So, like, the only modern country artist I like is Morgan Wallen. And that's because he sings old-fashioned shit. But Garth Brooks, you know, Billy Ray Cyrus, Eric You Break Your Heart, like, I can get behind Conway Twitty. God, I love Conway Twitty. I actually, the first time I learned about, Conway Twitty was from a Family Guy joke. Because they used to say, and here's Conway Twitty, and they showed him sing a song. Conway Twitty's really great. And then I found out my dad had actually met Conway Twitty. Willie Nelson, everybody now knows him as a stoner. But man, he made some really good fucking music. Let me tell you. No, I haven't. I have to look that up. Yeah, he even briefly takes Sparta's shape. I actually like most genres of music. Some people like a couple of bits of music. They have one that they like, rap or whatever. Yeah. But most people... Okay, I can't believe them shits. Look at my shit fucking SSA dudes in Doom. Most people like one genre of music. One type of music. I genuinely like many, many, many different types of music. The only types of music I don't like... And what do you mean memory is a problem? Dustin, I'm not sure what you mean. There's only a couple of genres of music I don't like. I don't like Screamo, because it's just noise to me. Getting loud, getting raunchy is one thing, but it's like, literally, it's just when the point is being as loud as you possibly can, screeching, it just sounds like noise. And then I don't like modern country. Most of the other types of music, though, I can get behind. Goddamn, this give me for 2%, so I can nestle, get him. Finally got air hike. God damn, dude. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that, man. Alright, I got the link in the, I got the link in the Discord, Philippe. I'll check that out when I get a chance. Yeah, I'll give it a look. I'm really close to beating this, and I want to beat this so I can move on to DMC4. I've actually been really looking forward to DMC4. I love DMC3, but 4 always have a special spot in my heart. Really? Yeah, I know who Sam Neill is. Yeah, he died. I was really upset, dude. Oh, I need to... Yeah, that was a good remix. I fucking love Sam Neill, dude. Obviously, Jurassic Park. But fucking Event Horizon, Merlin, the 90s fucking Merlin with Sam Neill, fucking rules. Snow White, A Tale of Terror, Daybreakers. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Sam Neill. I was really upset when he died. And it also shows you how fucking cruel and unfair life can be. Back in like 2023, 2024, Sam Neill revealed that he had aggressive blood cancer. He had like stage 3 blood cancer. It was really bad. It wasn't terminal yet, but most people do not survive stage 3 blood cancer. And he actually completely beat stage 3 blood cancer. In April. In April, they confirmed that he completely beat it. He was cancer-free. And he was talking about coming back into acting. And he did a couple roles. Then he dies in July, and they confirmed, his family hasn't said what he died from, but they confirmed it wasn't cancer. So, imagine how cruel that is. Being told that you have very, very, very advanced blood cancer. Most people die from this. You fight it. You beat the odds. You completely are free of blood cancer in April, and then you die of something unrelated in July, man. What the fuck? That is so cruel. And right when he was about to make his return to acting. That's just fucking bullshit. Although he still actually was able to do 2 more roles. He's gonna be in the next Godzilla and King Kong movie, and then he did another movie. So he actually still has 2 more movies that have yet to be released that are next year. The new King Kong will be next year, so... But still, he was going to do a lot more movies. He intended to make like a full-time return to acting. Because even though he was in his 70s, he never stopped acting. Like, he stayed perpetually busy. And the only time he took a break from acting was when he got cancer. So, that was like the longest break he took, and he wanted to come back. And that's what I'm saying. Like I said, literally, he spent years, fucking years fighting that cancer. Like 3 or 4 years. Then he gets cancer-free and dies 3 months later. That's just fucked up, man. That's what I mean when life can just be random and cruel. He didn't even get to be cancer-free for 6 months, man. I mean, at least he was able to beat the cancer. But fuck me. Oh, that's right. I forgot you have to break the mirrors. I was wondering why I wasn't doing any damage. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, Event Horizon. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Event Horizon. It's one of my favorite fucking movies of all time ever. It's a horror movie with Sam Neill. Fucking rules. I've actually suggested about watching that in the group before. And I think I'm going to try to make that one of the next movie nights. Or one... Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm going to try to make that one of the first movie nights. Because I was talking to Alex about him the other day, and he only knew Sam Neill from fucking Jurassic Park. And, like, I understand why Jurassic Park is famous, man. But he did so many fucking good movies. That it's just such a shame that that's all most people know him for. And I'm a huge horror fan. You know this. Anyone who knows me know I'm a horror fanatic. And Event Horizon is one of my favorite horror movies of all time ever. And Sam Neill is fucking amazing in it. Oh, thank fuck. And Event Horizon is only like an hour and a half, so... And another really good one is called Snow White, A Tale of Terror. It was like a dark horror movie version of Snow White. And it was done in the 90s. And it had Sigourney Weaver as the evil queen. and she's portrayed as like a misunderstood villain. She's not evil to start with. She loses her mind when her baby dies. And Sam Neill is the king, Snow White's dad. And it was like a graphic, mature horror version of Snow White. It was really good. And I don't ever hear anybody talking about that movie. It was fucking great. It's called Snow White, A Tale of Terror. And we have seen Snow White be fucking done to death. But that was a truly unique take on Snow White. And that's what I'm saying. How often do you see somebody come around with a truly fresh take on something like that? And in the 90s, he did a movie. He played Merlin in a straight-to-DVD movie. For like ABC, or a straight-to-TV movie. But normally, when you hear straight-to-TV, it's like, oh my god, that's low budget. No, this was like a huge budget ABC miniseries called Merlin. You know, like, people don't really get it now. It kind of passed with the time. Kind of went out of, you know, the norm. But they used to do these big budget miniseries on TV where it's like a 3-night event on ABC, NBC, CBS. And even though these were like straight to TV movies, they would be extremely high budget because they were trying to get people to watch a mass amount in a night. So these movies might have been straight to TV, but they had huge budgets, and they don't really do that anymore. But in the 90s, they had a bunch of them, so this was Merlin, and it was straight to TV, but it was incredibly high budget. And it had, Sam Neill, yeah, as Sam Neill, as Merlin, and it's like his whole origin story. Helena Bonham Carter, as Morgan Le Fay, Rutger Hauer, Martin Short, Isabella Rossellini. And it was like 4 hours. It was like in 2 parts, and each part was like 2 hours. It wasn't like a full show, it was like a mini-series. And it covers Merlin's origin, all the way how he became a wizard, and then shows his role in King Arthur's shit. But I grew up watching that Merlin, and it's fucking awesome. I had it on VHS. I've already fought these fuckers. So, no, they can eat my ass. I'm not fighting them again. I'm hoping to get this finished here soon. I'm on like the second to last mission. I'm at mission 19, there's only 20. Because I would like to start up DMC4. I've been really looking forward to replaying DMC4 for a while now. No, shit. And I already knew I was going to be beating this the next couple of days, so I already have DMC4 installed on my PS5. Or do I go this way? Hold on. No, they... I know, I feel like, man, this year sucked ass. This year sucked an enormous donkey dick. Without a doubt, this has been one of the worst years of my life, so... I don't know if it's been the worst year, because like I said, I've had some fucking doozies in my life. No, I have to go this way. Hall of Illusions. Ah, okay. Here we go. Yeah. MC Escherland.
It's like staring into a backed up toilet. Why do you always stick your nose in other families' business? Come on, dude. Don't you have any hobbies?
And there's actually a hidden Easter egg in this game. You actually, Virgil teams up with you to fight him.
My father wasn't so hideous. Can't you tell by looking at me? Anyway, that shape suits you.
Virgil teams up with you to fight him.
Let's begin the events.
At a certain point he does. And you can actually plug in a second controller and have the other character plays Virgil, and they don't tell you that. God never give me the God never give me the God never give me God never give me God never give me.
I've come to retrieve my power.
God never give me.
You can't handle it.
God never give me. See, you can plug in a second controller here and team up. God never give me. God never give me. God Nevin, by which I mean God Nevin, only God Nevin. Ah, hold on. Shit. What I'm about to say next is retroactive to the start of the prayer. God Nevin, by which I mean God Nevin, only God Nevin, not quarter something, anyone else. God Nevin, Jesus, please listen to my words on my intentions. Now I touch you before it was one, please forgive me, because the deals are the strength, please, and deals and deals make safe drinking. But I consider dead man. 2, please destroy it. Thanks for right now. 3, please forgive me for doing sins, deals are having to toothache, or not having to toothache, and undo them. I make the opposite come true. 4, please don't let me have a toothache. So 3 is saying, forgive me for doing sins, deals over having a toothache, or not having a toothache, and I do it even if it makes the opposite come true. And 4 is me saying, please don't let me have a toothache from you. Sorry, my OC's being a fucking twat.
You don't possibly believe that he deserves to be our main event now.
Now that you mention it, you're right.
You should come to realize you cannot control the power of Sparta.
You're wasting your time, buddy. I think he needs to learn the hard way.
Yeah. That's good to see, Alex. After I beat this, I'm going to start up the MC4. I already have it pre-installed. I love how they use each other's swords, man.
I'll try it your way for once.
Remember what we used to say?
Jackpot. Not very classy for someone's dying words.
Right? And that's what I mean. It's so cool to see Dante and Virgil actually cooperating. And that's another reason why I like the reboot, because they have a lot of that. But no, there's one more mission. I have to beat Virgil one more time.
What a surprise. Here I was looking for you, and lo and behold, you come to me.
Mary.
Don't ever call me that again. My mother was the only one who could say my name.
Wait. Please. Do you really want to shoot me? Can you shoot me? Your own father? What have I done wrong? Even heroic Sparta sacrificed a woman so that he could become a legend. I wish to be a god! And I sacrificed one miserable human being for that reason. Really so.
Yeah! That was her mom! Yeah!
Some unfinished business to take care
God
of.
never give me. God never give me. God never give me.
Mary died a long time ago.
God never give me.
Is Lady.
God never give me.
Goodbye, Father.
Click, click! Motherfucker! You live like a bitch, you die like a bitch. Yeah, the story in DMC Theory is great, man. Arkham is one of the best villains in the series. He actually may be my favorite villain. Because Virgil isn't really a villain, he's more like an anti-hero.
I thought I wasn't gonna cry.
And he's an incredibly brilliant manipulator. He plays games, he outsmarts Dante, Virgil, Lady. And this is one of my favorite scenes in the series. And this is one of my favorite scenes for Dante.
Give that to me. No way. You got your own. Well,
One of the few times in the series that Dante is serious. And it actually shows how good of a person he is.
What are you gonna do with all that power, huh? No matter how hard you try, you're never gonna be like Father.
we're wasting time.
We are the sons of Sparta. Within each of us flows his blood. But more importantly, his soul!
And, like, this whole time, like, when the game first begins, Dante said that he didn't really care about the tower, he didn't really care about what they were trying to do, he just wanted to beat his brother Virgil. This is the moment where you see Dante fighting for something more than himself. He goes from, oh, I can beat you, Virgil, or I want to beat you, to, yeah, I can't let you fucking open the gate to hell. And that's what I'm saying, where you actually see the more noble, serious part of Dante's personality. He's all jokey, but he really does want to do the same thing. And that's where he gets it. He's like, you know what? We are his sons. Sparta's the one that closed the tower. Recognize that Sparta's the one that sealed this.
Unfortunately, our souls are at odds, brother.
And that's just one of my favorite Dante moments. We are the sons of Sparta.
And we're supposed to be twins.
Twins. Right.
Let me see if I can parry this fucker. I'm a little bit rusty, but I think I can. Ah, fuck yeah. Well, until he goes into his fucking devil trigger. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Fucking Omega Judgment Cut. Jeez. Oh, fuck.
Am I being defeated?
What's wrong? Is that all you got? Come on, get up. You can do better than that.
And they imply that the reason why Dante wins here is because he's fighting for something more important.
The world is closing, Dante. Because the amulets have been separated.
Let's finish this, Virgil. I have to stop you. Even if that means killing you.
Dante is fighting for more than just himself. You know what I mean?
allegiance to a son of Sparta. Leave me and go, if you don't want to be trapped in a demon world. I'm staying. This place was our father's home.
And still, he tried to save him. And this actually gives you the canon name. This game right here at the end gives you the canon name for his shop and the name of the series. And this is another really cool scene. You're like, Devil May Cry? What does that mean? And a lady actually gives it the name. And if you paid attention at the start of this game, he says, I just opened this shop. I haven't even thought of a name.
What an ordeal. You're still here.
I need that back.
No late charges, I hope.
I'll think about it.
We should be fine for now. But I'm sure they'll be back soon. Very soon.
Are you crying?
It's only the rain.
The rain already stopped.
Devils never cry.
I see. Maybe somewhere out there, even a devil may cry when he loses a loved one. Don't you think?
Maybe.
Maybe somewhere out there, even a devil may cry if he loses a loved one.
By the way,
And that explains where he got the name from the shop.
looks like we're gonna be busy for a while.
Well, bring it on. I love this. This is what I live for.
Yeah, and this game explains where the name of the series comes from and where the name of the shop comes from. That even the devil may cry when he loses a loved one.
I'm absolutely crazy about it!
I'm skipping it.
What happened next? Nothing, really. We took care of all the remaining...
And now he's got the DMC1 outfit.
I still have a job to do that's far from done, which is to eliminate every last demon. I need to ensure that monsters like my father never come about again. And he promised to help me hunt down the demons, even though he's part one himself. But now I realize that there are humans as evil as any devil, as well as kind and compassionate demons in this universe. At least I've found one so-called devil who is able to shed tears for those he cares about. That's enough for me to believe in him.
Now I can start my business.
Oh, speaking of a kind devil, he finally decided on a name for his shop. It took him quite a while to pick one. Want to know the name? Devil May Cry.
And then you get a cool scene with Virgil. Hey, A rank. Hold on. No, I'm sorry. You have to beat Virgil's campaign, and it shows him trapped in the underworld with Mundus. Which is how he gets corrupted. And so you can do Bloody Pal Solar Co-op. But I'm going to end this part really quickly, and I'm going to start up DMC4 right now. I'll be back.